Good morning, SWTOR. Glad to have you with us for another SWTOR Saturday, raising money for Extra Life. Welcome to the stream. We stream every Saturday morning for a charity called Extra Life, raising money for the Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals. So glad to have you with us. FP1 farming. Yeah, it's been a good Saturday so far. No complaints. So are you farming those out? I'm assuming you're talking about FP1 stabilizers. So are you farming those to convert them to operations catalysts to buy your gear? Is that what you're working on? Because that's what I do. I convert all of my Conquest and everything. Actually, let's start there. So if you are trying to get gear, so let's see, what do I have? I have a 344 boots, bracers, I've got the gun, I've got the generator, I've got the belt, and then I'm equipped with the earpiece and my two, think, relics, there we go. The implants, I've got those gold ones. Okay, so for those of you that maybe wonder what we're talking about, let's go take a look. Because I do have one currency I can convert. Oh, the egg run. That's like hauling gold these days. Are you going to have an armed escort to the border? Who knew? We'd live in a world where the price of eggs, toilet paper, hand sanitizer, these would be the commodities that we need. I had a breakfast burrito at work the other day and thought, wow, this is a great deal. Because I get it for free. And it's like, holy cow, eggs. Okay. So, what am I sitting on right now? Let's check. Currency-wise, we have 541 operations catalysts. So what they have is there's different currencies. You've got, if we go in here, we've got different gear sets. And I know that Nancy knows all this stuff, so this isn't necessarily for Nancy. This is for anybody watching later on. When you first hit level 80, you can come in here. Okay, Bessie. I love Bessie, but she takes up a lot of space. You can come in here to this Conquest vendor.
I've got good suppliers.
And you can buy a base set of gear if you want. You'll start getting drops. But you want to work your way from this 324 gear, which I can buy with very few Conquest commendations. So you look, there's 10, 20, 20. So right now I have 3,000 of those, right? Those come pretty quick. You can buy those. You buy that piece of gear, you bring it over here, and you can work it up. You know, there's none there. Here, we'll just buy one. We can sell it back. So.
Can I get you anything?
All right, so if I bought this piece of gear here, 16,010 Conquest. Now, it is refundable for 2 hours. Right, so we're not going to do anything with it, but if I come over to this vendor, I can now upgrade it to 326, 328, all the way up the chain to 340, right? So that's how you get kind of your first set of gear, and that's a green set.
Only the best sold here.
There we go. Now, over here, we've got the Flashpoint vendor. This one, actually we need this one, that's the upgrade vendor. Same kind of thing.
I've got good suppliers.
She sells green and blues, right? So these cost the Flashpoint stabilizers. Same thing. You can buy them and upgrade them up the chain. The green and blue are just balanced differently. I don't remember the particulars, but you'll get different stats. Like some will have more health and things like that. Then the final leg of our little journey over here is the Operation Gear vendor. This one sells the purples.
Only the best sold here.
It also sells some blues and things like that, but so it sells the ricottas as well. Now, if you go back to some past streams, we actually bought every set of Ricotta gear for every class. We bought every weapon. So we have the green, the blue, and the purple for every class and every weapon just to get the shells for visuals. But once you get those, then you can start messing around with upgrading these. And that's what I've done here, right? 344, 344, 344, 344, 344. So we are due to get a new piece of gear. So if we look at the gear we can have,
Feel free to browse.
right? So we've got the boots, we've got the belt, and we have the arm guard. So we still need the pants, gloves, chest piece, and headpiece. So what we do is if you're not running lots of operations, you can come over to these vendors, and they've got conversions. Hey, Kyler, how you doing?
See the galaxy. Can I get you anything?
Defend the Republic.
So if you look here,
In the Republic Navy today.
I can buy a crate of 175 operation catalysts for 500 flashpoint catalysts. So I can convert those over, right?
Feel free to browse.
What we're going to look for here is, I think it's on this vendor.
Nice to see customers. Can I get you anything?
200 tech fragments, 100 flashpoints for 400. There it is. Crate of 175 operation catalysts for 2,000 of our Conquest commendations, right? All right, so if I buy that, let's do this with this open. So we're at 541 and 3,200. So I buy this, I lose my 2,000, but now I'm up to 716 operation catalysts. So if we come back over here, let's see, what's next? What should we get next? Could just start at the top.
Nice to see customers.
Let's grab a
Can I
helmet.
get you anything?
So this should go, let's put this in some kind of gear order. So it's usually head, chest. I usually put my arms, gloves, belt, pants, boots, and then our weapons there. Okay, so let's start by getting the helmet. All right, so there's our bolt blaster. Now, if you want all of these, you can actually open this up to any gear set. Now, some of them you're not going to want to buy. There's my med tech there. So Demolisher is the tanky one, Bulwark. So you've got different gear sets, but we're going to stick with what we want, which is Bolt Blaster. All right, so we're going to buy this helmet, and it's going to cost us 25 Operation 1 Catalyst and 48,000. So we now have the helmet, but notice it's only 324.
Feel free to browse.
So now we're going to go through, and I don't know if I've got enough right now to do this.
Only the best sold here.
So notice it's 70 for that upgrade. So now it's at 326, 328, 330. We're going to run out here. 332, 334, 336, 338, 340, and there we go. We're out of currency. So we're down to 61. We need, looks like 80 for 342 and probably 80 for 344. So we need 160. We have 61. So we need about 100 more currency to finish that one up, and then it'll give us our next piece of gear. I think at 342, the shell actually changes as well. So if we look at this one, that has a certain look to it. That's the helmet. If we look at this one, notice it's a different helmet, right? So you do get a different look at 342 as well. And then 344 is the same.
Feel free to browse.
So that's the conversion. Let me catch up on the chat here. Main, off, chest, ear, both relics, 344 hand. Nice. Valentine's Saturday, I suppose so. Or the whatever would be the hangover from too much chocolate on Valentine's. Hope you had a good Valentine's, Kyler. It's always good to see you. I have to ask, are you catching up anywhere near my Stardew streams, or have I just gone too far now and you've given up? And I think you see my thumbnails, so you probably know that we hit a certain milestone. There's a lot of hours there, boy. I think are we pushing 60 now? It's 50 some videos, I think. And each one's right around 4 hours long, so it's a lot of content. 2 months behind? Yeah. Well, if you've seen the thumbnails, you know that we've hit different milestones along the way. We hit a big one this week, so try not to give you spoilers, but I think you probably, you know game dev well enough, you know what we hit. Okay, let's see. What's on the agenda for today? So last week we did the all-world swoop rally. Unfortunately, that is just a week-long event and it goes away, and so we have to wait for it to cycle back. So we didn't pop a lot of achievements, and I didn't expect to. We only really played it on that one day. So, you know, if I would have played this every day across multiple characters, we could have got a lot of these achievements, but we did experience it. We got a little bit better at it. We lost the pinnacle race to Vico over there. He beat us. Yeah, I watch a lot of things in fast speed. It's the only way to get through content. Is it Rack Ghouls? Well, we can run the Rack Ghoul stuff next week. I will admit, I am in a little bit of a content drought on Old Republic right now. The last expansion was Dynamic Encounters, and we completed all those. We still have some grindy stuff we could do. We could go after gear. We should always check. We need to get in the habit of checking to see what's going on Hoth. And if we see... Oh, like, why are we doing that? Or why are you doing that? It's only 41 seconds left. Those are the ones that can drop the pet. I think Nancy has the pet. I do not. And then I really should look and see which ones are the best for gear drops. That's really the only two things we have, but we did all the achievements on that. The other thing that is currently going on is Galactic Seasons. There are... Oh, it's 2 days left, so it's almost over. We've had this done for like a month, maybe 2 months. So, you know, that content is kind of gone. In the last expansion, the story got delayed, so we don't have that content to do. So we're in a little bit of a drought right now for content. Yeah, Guild Wars, yeah. I need to check. I haven't logged in. I'm in the pre-alpha for Star's Reach. But I've barely been able to play it. A combination of technical issues, which is what a pre-alpha is about, and just timing. A lot, because they'll just open the servers up for a couple hours. A lot of times I'm just not available to do it. I think there's actually one going on right now, maybe. But I don't think I can stream them yet. I think I can make videos, but I don't think I can stream them yet. So I've been playing that. I never did go back and play Brighter Shores anymore. You know, we played that for a little bit. I might start, I don't know. It's like, it's been kind of nice, actually. You know, it's like I was playing SWTOR every day, and now I play Stardew every day. And so it's not that we need a ton. Yeah, I'm hoping. Well, so anyway, the story, there's a story arc that got delayed. It was supposed to release last year, and it got delayed. And they haven't come out and said the reason. In the live stream, you could see the two ladies who run the story group. They were both really disappointed. 18th to 24th. Okay, yeah, that'll be squarely into next week's stream. We'll go rat ghoul hunting. Actually, I'll look, because there's a couple achievements I don't have in rat ghouls, but I don't know, they're like finding a certain pet or something like that. So you could see they were just devastated that they didn't get it released. The speculation right now is it got delayed because of all of the voice actors strikes and stuff like that, and the content's not available yet. So we're still waiting for that. There's supposed to be a live stream coming in February, so I'm hoping that we'll get some information on that. All right, so we're going to slip back into dailies and weeklies. So if we look, we're going to try to make Conquest here. And we're going to do that by running dailies and weeklies for Conquest accommodations. So I'd like to throw this out to viewer's choice. So if anybody has something that they want to see, on this character I have pretty much any of the soloable content. So we can run all the daily areas, we can run all the heroic missions. Theoretically could do flashpoints in solo mode, but they're not the best for Conquest. So I'll give it a second. If there's any content you want to see, throw it out there. If not, I'll just start picking some. And we'll swap through multiple characters as well to maximize this. Is there any heroics we haven't run in a long time? We could run heroics on Hoth. That way, if any of the kitty cat missions spawn, we could just pop over there and pick them up. Terrace, Tatooine. I haven't run heroics on Hoth in a while. Let's do that. We'll start there. And then if anybody wants to see anything, let me know. That's right. Much like mini games, it's one of those things, once I quit trying to get it, it'll probably happen. If I try to grind it, like what I would normally do, not during stream time, would be I would just park my character at the spot and ignore it and, you know, watch YouTube. Holy cow, there's a lot of heroics here. Okay, we only need 6, but just so we can see them, we're going to do them all. Now, normally what you do for efficiency is you'd find the 6 you want, get the weekly done, and move on to something else. But yeah, I don't think, from what I calculated, running dynamic encounters, especially once you're popping the Conquest rewards for like doing them the first time and stuff like that, it looks like there is a... Okay, the second kitty cat mission is up, so let's go do that first. Are actually a pretty decent way to get those. I think once you get those, like, run this many missions and stuff like that, then it slows down a little bit, but it's a good change of pace. Alright, so which one is this one? So there's 2 of these that run out here and 1 that you run back at the base. Oh, this is the Carry Kittens one. Soothe the kitty. Wow, Hoth is bright. Yeah, I used to do stuff like that. Not so much. I wouldn't often work and wait, but usually it would just be like literally just park my character here and then, yeah, do something else. Whether it is watching, usually it was just watching YouTube or Netflix or something like that. Maybe that's what I'll do. I have some Cobra Kai to catch up on. They just dropped the end of Cobra Kai. Maybe that's what I'll do this weekend. I'll just watch Cobra Kai and try to get myself a kitty. See, this is the secret. The RNG gods and goddesses don't attack me. Be all soothed. There we go. I will tell the RNG gods and goddesses, you know what? I've got this big long plan. I'm no rush. I'm just going to slowly work on this. And then it'll give it to me right now because it wants to trick me. Although now the fact that I said all that out loud is probably going to betray me to the gods and goddesses. Oh, the latest Cobra Kai stuff? Yeah, I've seen everything up to the stuff they just released. So yeah, I watched it up to the whatever the last big chunk was they were all that tournament and stuff like that. Alright, what are we up to? This is our 4th. We need one more after this one. Alright. This one's probably closest. Yeah, if you're a product of the 80s, like we all, I think all are, or most of us in here, Karate Kid was a big thing. Okay, so my understanding is this little reward pouch can potentially, there it is, has a chance to reward a rare Loth Cat mini pet. And it did not. Foiled again. Alright. Oh, I hadn't seen I don't think I had seen there's a new Karate Kid. Okay, let's see. So we're just going to grind through all these. Some of them are longer than others, but... But yeah, anyway. Yeah, growing up with the Karate Kid. Cobra Kai's actually been pretty fun. Okay, what are we trying to do here? Salvage irreplaceable parts, recover plans, salvage data cores. That feels like we have to fight some stuff. And we don't have our companion with us because I got rid of Bessie on Fleet. So we'll have to solo these first two and then we'll get Bessie. If you do get yourself in this kind of situation, it's okay just to run away. Better run away than get killed. We survived, though. Fix me up, Bessie. Yeah, Cobra Kai's been really good. I've enjoyed it. The thing I do like about it is... Okay, I remember this one now. It took me a minute to remember what mission that we're on here. I haven't run these in a long time. Okay, I used to like to go this way first, so do that. You know, the original movies were very 80s cliche. I think Cobra Kai's done a good job of adding more nuance and depth to what sometimes comes across as black and white in a movie. So I've really enjoyed it. Trying to think, if you had never seen any of the Karate Kid stuff, would Cobra Kai still be viewable? I think so. I think they do a good enough job of like explaining enough backstory that you could follow along. Obviously, if you've seen all the original movies, it will make more sense. But oh, on the original movies, yeah, they They got a little weird there later on. I don't care for those as much. Look at Bessie heel tanking all those droids. You go, girl. Oh, it's been a long time since I've seen the original movies. It's one of the things I actually kind of miss a little bit about broadcast TV. Like, there's a lot of old movies and stuff that I'm not going to go and watch, but, or like cable, not necessarily broadcast, but like on cable, if you're flipping through the dial and you come across like the Karate Kid on, you'd stop and watch whatever was left of whenever it played. I don't do that much anymore. I stream everything now, so I don't just happen upon content as much as I used to. Now it's more about you go to the content when you want to see the content. Although I did watch, speaking of old, questionably good movies, if you've ever heard of Corvette Summer, we'll start there. Who in the chat has heard of Corvette Summer? And if you've heard of it, what is its tie to Star Wars? Okay, what have we collected? 3 of 6, 3 of 8, 5 of 12. Haven't heard of Corvette Summer. Oh, for shame. I think it came out like in the 70s, maybe? Let me check. It's going to be late 70s, early 80s. Corvette Summer 1978 was its release date. Yeah, Mark Hamill's the main character. Harrison Ford, if you're, yeah. Was Harrison Ford in it? He might have been. I don't remember Harrison Ford being in it. But the main character is, yeah, Mark Hamill plays a high school kid who makes a Corvette. So. Now, I'm not endorsing and or recommending anybody go watch the movie. It is cheesy at best. Annie Potts is in it, if you are a Ghostbusters fan. Annie Potts is also in Corvette Summer. So anyway, wow, how did I get on that story? I was looking at something on YouTube, and it popped up, and it was available on YouTube with ads. If you have the premium account, it'd probably be without ads. And so I watched it. It was late one night, and I just didn't feel like doing anything. I didn't feel like engaging in content that I had to, like, pay that much attention to. And so I rewatched Corvette Summer last couple weeks. I can't remember when it was, but... yeah, designing women. Strangely enough, I've actually, back in my younger days, watched... I don't want to say I've seen all the designing women shows, but I used to watch some of them. Okay, what are we up to? I think this will be the last one of these we need, if Bessie will move out of our way. And then I think the other things work better on the other side, so we'll go over here. I'll put it this way. It's not Star Wars Holiday Special bad. I mean, it's got a classic 70s, 80s storyline. I'm a car guy, so, you know, the fact that it has a Corvette and stuff in it is cool, but what they do to the car and claim it's this, like, amazing thing is questionable to me, but... Alright, we've got all those. Ooh, we're pulling 4 strongs. This can sometimes be a little rough. 4 strongs can do more damage than, like, you know, if there was an elite mixed in. Oftentimes your elites are just going to have, they're tankier, they have more health. But a lot of times your strongs are your more glass cannons. They'll do a lot of damage. Not always, but... And we are running with the healer right now, so it's kind of playing on easy mode. Golden Girls? I've seen a lot of Golden Girls. Golden Girls has had a lot of staying power. It actually has a... Like, I think it has a relatively robust, younger generation audience that watches it. Okay, what do we need? You guys can't see it because it's behind the camera, but we need 1 more part and 1 more data core. So 1 more group ought to get this for us. Golden Girls tied to Star... Oh, if you're talking B. Arthur, yeah. That's a deep cut right there, if that's what you're talking about. Oh, Kyler, you're so young. No. So B. Arthur, who's in the Golden Girls, is like a bartender. And maybe she sings? Does she sing in the holiday special? She's in the Star Wars holiday special as well. Yeah, didn't she... Wasn't she like a... Like... truck driver in the Marines or something like that? If I recall. Okay, we beat that one. We'll move on to Frostclaw here next. Okay, so while we're doing deep cut trivia here, so we've got Golden Girls with a tie to Star Wars. Does anybody know the tie between Star Wars and Cheers? How about that one? I think we have to go in the cave, if I remember right. Okay, yeah. I knew there was some link to, yeah, trucks or something like that, yeah. That part sounded really familiar. So she did sing. Okay. Yeah, I knew she was in the holiday special, and I knew she was like the part, the cantina. I thought I remembered that she also had a musical number. And if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about the holiday special, the fact that there were musical numbers. Very good, Nancy. That's impressive. I think you enjoyed Cheers. I think Cheers still holds up. Yeah, Cliff Clavin is the character name in Cheers. The actor was John Ratzenberger. Yeah, he's in The Empire Strikes Back. 7 degrees to Star Wars. I'd have to think about that one. That one's not coming to mind. I'll concede on that one. I've seen Gone with the Wind, but like maybe only once. My reference points are going to be pretty. Did he drag you into Star Wars? Okay, let's get a little crazy here. Let's grab that group over there. We'll grab that group over there. And that group over there. This group over here. There we go. Let's just see how nuts we can get here. Come on, little guys. Come on, Bessie. Heal us through it. Ooh, we haven't even had to pop a defensive yet. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, AoE and heavy armor on this character are pretty nice to have. I can pull pretty much the whole room and not worry too much about it. Like we can pull that guy, that guy. We'll even pull that one over here. And that was with no defensive. If I actually popped my reflection defenses and stuff like that, we probably could have pulled everything in this entire instance if we needed to. Remember, yeah, it's been a few years ago. I think I've talked about, I'm friends with some people who were into the role-playing side of things. So they knew people who just didn't get access to a lot of content. And we were running through a flashpoint. And one of their friends wanted to run the flashpoint on a certain difficulty level so they could get some kind of decoration drop for their role-playing. And I asked them when we first started, I'm like, look, there's two ways we can run this. We can run this through so you can see the content. You know, we can take the fights kind of the way we're supposed to take the fights and all that kind of stuff. Or we can go for speed. What do you want to do? And they just wanted the gear or the decoration drop. So they're like, no, let's just go through it fast. So I'm like, okay. Follow what I say. Don't attack until I tell you to attack. And so I would run through entire sections of the flashpoint and just train all of the mobs at us, right? Because in a flashpoint, they don't go into evade mode, or at least most of them don't. And so I went through this whole section. I think it was on, it's one of like Traitor to the Chiss or something like that. But I run through the whole area, I grab the whole chain, and I run down this path. And I hide behind a tree, and the entire basically level is stacked up on top of me. And I just start area attacking them down, and then pop all my defenses and just kill the entire section, right? And the guy is just like, that was the craziest thing I've ever seen. I'm like, well, it's not necessarily the way it's designed, but if you know how to kind of use the systems to your advantage. And again, this character, I can't do that on all my characters. This character is nice because NPCs are not smart enough to change their attack. So if I'm getting directly attacked and I pop this echoing deterrent shield, not only will it lower the damage I take, but it heals me on every hit. Like in PvP, players are smart enough that they'll go over to area attacks and not use that. But that will heal me. This shield will heal me. This will heal me. This will heal me. I have my own heals. I can actually survive a lot. But when I pop that shield with, let's say, 20, 30 things all attacking you at once, you're basically just full health the entire time. This one used to be tough. This Frostclaw used to be a tough fight. What we would do is we would ping pong him if we couldn't get by this. So we'd drag him out here. We'd put one person, let's say here, and one person over there. And this person would attack him until he started walking across. Then that person would stop attacking and this person would start attacking. And we'd just get him to walk back and forth, but not really ever hit either one of us. That's way, way back though. Because being melee, if you had two ranged people, you could just ping pong the NPC back and forth. Yeah, and that only works. That only works in things like instance flashpoints and stuff like that. In the open world, you can't do that. But because if you're inside of a personal instance, they will. Yeah, they'll follow you through the entire level, which is kind of nice. So, like for this one that we're about to do right here, right? It wouldn't work here because these guys are. This is all open world. So like if I grab these groups here, we'll just do this. Like ideally what I'd like to do is just grab a whole bunch of these guys. But what's going to happen is if I keep running through all these guys, if I don't die doing this, we're going to get to a point. You can see some of those guys went running back to their original spots, right? They're going into evade mode. So I pulled about half of them. Now on this character, unfortunately, I don't have like a grapple or a pull. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and pop that. So now, notice my health just went back to full. Right, because they're all attacking me. I'm reflecting damage back at them and healing myself at the same time. It's honestly a little bit overpowered. Oh, Bessie died. I wonder why I was taking so much damage. We lost Bessie. I think we'll be okay here. I needed to pull aggro faster. Well, that shows you just the crazy overpowerness of it. We did a lot of that without our healer. Yeah, it works great for the Womp Rats. Anytime you've got a lot of, especially like, you know, normals that might do a little bit less damage, chaining them all together. Now, I want to be a little careful now because you notice most of my stuff's on cooldown. So we'll be a little more traditional in the next couple fights here. And then we'll grab another group probably. I usually will... I'll use them in two different ways. Most of the time I reserve those for... Uh-oh, things just got hairy. Let's get ourselves out of trouble. So I will do that quite a bit. That being said... If I'm not overly worried about a particular fight, a lot of times what I'll do is, like the reflection one, I'll turn that one on just to up my DPS, because it's reflecting some damage back. Okay, we want to keep our healer alive this time. Woo-hoo. So yeah, I'll sometimes use that just to kill things faster. Not necessarily 100% for the defensive shield. Yeah, we're golden now. Once you get down to 2 or 3, Bessie will keep up on heals. Without any trouble. Is there armed security? How much are they protecting those eggs? There we go. That one's done. And I think, isn't there another one in this area, or no? Nope, I guess not. Alright, what's next? Humanitarian aid. Release the Ordolan slaves. Let's see, we gotta get that guy up our healer. There we go. Come back to me. And then we can drop the area attacks on them. Nice. They don't want you anywhere near the chickens. So same thing on this guy, right? Notice now he's slowed how much damage we were able to do, and we didn't even go to the extreme. But yeah, if you can move the NPCs around, especially the melee ones, you can actually do a lot of damage without them hurting you. Let's see, is that guy? We'll put ourselves right at 30 meters. If he's melee, we'll see if we can take him down before he gets here. No, I think he's ranged. I suppose, though, I guess in the grand scheme of timing, isn't it more convenient just to grab a full trailer and not have to wait for one? Oh, that's rough. Well, if there's flies, then that must mean... Does it also have a, let's just say, smell? Ah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, we don't get, we get some flies here, but not like it was back in the Midwest, so. I don't miss that either. And mosquitoes. Don't miss mosquitoes. Let's see. Let's grab some peoples. Grab you guys. Grab you guys. Grab you guys. Grab this guy. Try not to get our companion killed here. We're just going to run around the corner here. There we go. So we'll line of sight these guys down. And as they come around the corner, I'll hopefully... Whoa! Get myself killed. There we go. I'll pull aggro on everything. So that Bessie's not having to tank it. Woo! Did I bite off more than I can chew here? That's a lot of incoming damage. I think we're alright. Got a little close there. You have to get through that damage spike, right? So we try to use the defensives during the damage spike. And if we can live through that, then we're golden. If we can't, then we're respawning. Hey, Manny, how you doing? It has been a good day so far. We have talked about 70s and 80s movies. Links to those to Star Wars. And then eggs and smelly chickens and flies. I hope your little one had a good hearty day. Do you have any idea where that came from, or is it just observation? Like, I see everybody with hearts, so it's heart day. And now we're just grinding through heroics. Much like Stardew, when you asked me the other day, I am at a point in Old Republic right now where, unless I went and started doing some group stuff, I've kind of done almost all the solo stuff, so. It is like, what do I do now? Hoping, again, they're supposed to have a live stream in February, so that is half of February is gone now, and they'll announce when the next story arc is hitting, because that'll be the next content we play through. All right, let's grab these guys, bring them over here. We want you to come over to here. Okay, if we can group these guys up here, we can take advantage of this little guy here. Ooh, almost got myself killed. It is... I like a mindset that is... works that way, right? Like, observes the world, is paying close enough attention to the world to make a conclusion and their own version of a thing that's happening, not just parroting what they've heard, actually reasoning it out. That's pretty cool. And at only 2. Those are magical times. There's definitely parts I don't miss, but there are definitely parts of my kids at their younger ages that I do miss. And those are those moments. Okay, we need to release one more thing. Let's go ahead. I don't think we need to kill the super boss here, but we're going for completionism today. Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for, the new story content. Although my gut is telling me that the story arc isn't going to be over. I think there's going to be at least one more, which I have mixed feelings about. I've enjoyed it. Some people haven't, and I get that. I agree with it's just been stretched out over too long of a time. I think it's been years that this story arc's been going. If I had my perfect player biased thing, I would rather have seen it be 2 separate stories. I think I've talked about this before. The Malgus part of the story and the Hedda Cole, Shea Vizsla part of the story. I would have put those into 2 completely different story arcs and not even run them simultaneously. You know, I know there's ties, you know, in the story, but you could have wrote it so they weren't tied together. And then, you know, do one, complete it, do the next, complete it. Now, obviously, this is also something I'm saying without having seen the conclusion of the current story arc. So, there might be some very valid, very fulfilling reason that we're going to get in the future as to why they're linked together, but... Yeah, Malgus is one of those characters that... Who knew at the beginning of this how big of a role he would play through all the different stories? Maybe not even them. I don't know that he was meant to go on as long as he has. But he's a cool character. If I had to say, I would say I've probably enjoyed the Mandalorian side of things more than the Malgus side of things. But I think I'm in a minority there. I don't think a lot of people like the Mandalorian storyline as much. At least that's my gut. All right, this should end this one. That puts us at 4 of 6. Let's go ahead and take a quick little break here, and we will be back in 2 minutes, and we'll keep grinding through the Hoth heroics. I'll see you guys in a couple. All right, welcome back. Let's see. There we go. As a reminder, we do play Star Wars: The Old Republic every Saturday for charity. All right, we're on to Invisible Foes. Recover stealth field generators. 0 of 12. All right. Oh, we're out in the Starship Graveyard now. There we go. That guy looked to be stealthy. He popped out of nowhere. Bonus, defeat the Sith. Alright, I see yellow loot. That normally means mission loot. It can be currencies and stuff like that, but that is a stealth field generator. Just what we were looking for. Ooh, 2 ambushers. But they're normals, so they'll drop pretty quickly. No huge worries there. The nice part about this one is it's actually in the open world, which means we can use our speeders and stuff like that. That can speed stuff up a little bit. Okay, my memory on this one is I go counterclockwise. I don't know why I have that memory. And it may not be accurate. But that's what we're gonna do. Like I said, it's been quite a while since I last ran. Oh, those two escaped. Since I last ran these Hoth heroics. We should also check the... Oh, I can't check the big map while we're in combat. Nope, not that map. This big map. There we go. Oh! Oh, no, that's the base. Do we have... What do we have? Cantina. Yeah, I think that's just the base protection dynamic encounter there. We'll look at this map. Chain, trial by fire, Wampa hunt. Why are you so cute? The kittens are sleeping soundly, but they need someone to help take care. Okay, that one's a kitty mission. It still has a little left in it, so we'll go ahead and try to finish this one first, and then get over there to see if we can get it. Sith Snow Striker. Sith Snow Stalker. Sith Snow Stalker. I was about to say we could skip the heroic, but our drop rate... Oh, this is going to improve things. That got us to 7 of 12. Sith Stealth Assassin. That one's a champion. We'll skip that if we can. That'll just be a long fight is all. Oh, we pulled the champion anyway. Well, this is going to get interesting. A little more than I was hoping to fight here. Alright, one assassin down. Two down. Just the Overlord. Alright, so that finished the the bonus, and we've got one more left for the mission. So that worked out. I was about to say, I'll skip the bonus if I have to, but we got it done. So. There we go. That one's done. We can't grab any more of those. So let's go back. I think we've got another kitty quest over here. Why are you so cute? Collect cat toys, collect cat food, collect medicine. I think this is all inside, if I remember correctly. Oh, cool. Welcome back. Let's go this way first. Alright, what are we looking for? It's been a while since I've done this one. What's it say we're looking for? Cat food. There it is. Yep. Camera's a little out of whack there. Alright, what are we up to next? Cat toys. This is where you also have to suspend a little bit of disbelief. Like, why do we have cat toys? Or are we just repurposing other stuff? Let's go with that. And then what are we after in here? Ooh, come on. Medicine. If I were medicine, where would I be? Hey Victus, how you doing? There it is. Okay. Yeah, I know, right? Assemble the care package. Yeah, I'm not sure what kitty ailments they are solving with whatever it is we just grabbed. Actually, let's look at it. Is it just called medicine? What do we have? We got mystery meat, tangle wires, probably medicine. It says medicine on the outside. Handwritten means it was made with care. Alright. So the wires are the toy. Mystery meat. Cats eat meat. Okay, so they're not specifically for cats. They're repurposed. So we've got food. We've got a tangle of wires. Wires are going to interact with a cat. And it says medicine on the outside. Handwritten means it was made with care. So it's probably not medicine. But the name of the item is probably medicine. So. Alright, I think you come out here. Assemble the care package. Find someone to adopt the kitten. All the way back to the cantina. And we can't use our speeder. Time to slow walk our way all the way back there. All right, people. Who wants a cat? How about you, weary patron?
I'm allergic.
Oh no. Hopefully you don't die. Person doesn't want one. If you're weary, you obviously want a cat.
It's
There we go.
so cute.
All right, RNG gods and goddesses, hook me up. Denied. We're 0 for 2 today. Probably 0 for, I don't know. Probably run these cat missions dozens of times. Not like grindy though. Just whenever I happen to run them. So. All right. Hey Debbie, how you doing? Back to the grind. We're 5 of 6. We've got 4 left. We're just going to do them all, though. So we have Rescue the Prisoners is next. Yeah, I don't know what the rarity on that drop is, for sure. That is one of the things I do like about Stardew is that stuff's all pretty much known, at least percentage-wise, you know. It's still random, but exactly how rare is that thing here? I do not know. Although I'll give them credit, they have put in a, what did they call it? The bad luck system? I'll have to look it up, but they're trying it out on a couple of drops. It's something that I've advocated for a while, or systems like it, where gaming and RNG are used a lot. I'm not against RNG in games. I think it actually is a great tool. If used, I about said properly, that sounds a little kind of elitist. If it is used to improve the player's experience and enhance fun, RNG is a great tool. But it can also be a frustrating tool. So I always advocate for RNG, but modified RNG. So what do I mean by that? Well, if you have something that, let's say, has a 10% chance to drop, that's legitimate. But the way that's normally calculated is every time the thing happens, there is a 10% chance that the loot will drop. Right? And we'll keep our numbers nice and easy to deal with here. So what that means is if I do something 10 times in a row, I could get 10 items because every single one had an independent 10% chance to drop. So I did it the first time, and I got, let's say we roll a, we're rolling a 10-sided dice, and on a 10 we get the item, and on anything else we don't. I roll a 10, I get the item. Cool. There was a 10% chance. The next time I do that thing, I roll that die, and I get a 10 again, and I could theoretically do that 10 times in a row. I could also theoretically roll not a 10 times in a row and not get the item. And it was still a 10% chance, but if I've done it 10 times and not gotten it, and then 20 times and not gotten it, and 30 times and not gotten it, to the individual, that sure doesn't feel like a 10% chance. Globally it probably is, but for that individual, it ended up not being that. And that can get frustrating. Now, in general, this stuff evens out over time. Like, back when they had the renown system, you would get these, every time you got a renown level, you would get a container, a gear container. And it had random chances to drop different levels of gear. And I did a lot of those, and I started doing experiments on it where instead of just opening when I got them, I would save up like 20, 30, 40 of the containers at a time, and then open them all at once and track the results. And there would be times where, and again, I don't remember the exact numbers, but let's say it's like that 10% chance, right? There would be times where I would get the desired gear, every 2 or 3 openings. But there would be times where I would open 30 of them and not get it, right? But in overall, it actually evens out eventually. Okay, what do we got? We need to kill 2 more guys and 1 more thing. But if you modify this a little bit, because we're trying to manage player perception, right? The player experience is key to what we're trying to do. So if you build a system where your desire is for the player to experience roughly a 10% drop rate. Well, what I would do is I would do something like, the first one, 10% drop rate. There's the weekly. So we'll collect these flashpoint stabilizers, and again, we'll do the same thing that Nancy's doing. Once we get enough of these, then we trade those in for operations tokens as well. So the first time it does it, there's a 10% drop rate. Cool. But we don't get it. Second time, still 10%. We don't get it. Third time, maybe I raise that up to 15%. Don't get it. Fourth time, 15%. Don't get it. Fifth time, okay, I'm going to raise that up to 25% now. And you don't get it. Sixth time, I'm going to raise it up to 35%. You don't get it. Seventh time, I'm going to raise it to 50%. You don't get it, right? Eighth time, we'll go up to 60%. Ninth time, we'll go to 75%. The 10th time, we'll go to like 90%. Most likely, by making the modification like that, they're going to get that hit. And then when they get that hit, you lower it back down to your initial value, your 10%. Destroy comm systems, recover diagnostic pad. Well, which one am I? Okay, I remember this one. I had to get myself in the what part of Hoth I was on to remember what this mission is. And so they have implemented that. They're trying it out on a couple, I think one of the new bosses or something like that, where if you run the mission, the boss, and you don't get it the first time, you don't get it the second time, there's like a minimum number that if you run it X number of times, you'll be guaranteed to get the rare item type of thing. I think so. Well, true random versus game random. It depends on what you mean by that. I do think, though, that it often is just a simple random system, right? It is just like here's a loot table. The loot table has 27 things on it. And I have weighted each thing. And then a random number is generated, and you get what's on the table. And so there's a chance that when your random is generated, you just never get the thing that you're after. It's so yeah, there's not a modification to it. Now, I do think that they're not all that simple. So for instance, if you really dig deep into the game files or the game logic, what you'll often see, so like when I'm fighting these guys, I've gotten some loot. We'll take a look at my inventory here in a second. There is some smartness to it in that the actual loot table for these guys is probably everything that could drop for any character. And so they do some pre-calculations on that to say, okay, let's eliminate everything off the table that this character won't use, right? So if we look at the gear drops I've gotten here, but if you look at my drops, right? So I've gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 gear drops. 1, 2, and some of these have stacked up, but all of this kind of stuff. These things were guaranteed. But if you look here, I have a proficient shoes, lethal arm gear. We've got lethal, efficient, proficient. Now you'll notice if you look at the stats of all of these, critical, alacrity, power, and critical. I didn't get any tank gear, right? And so there is some work that's done before the pure, just true randomness kicks in. What do I still need? Destroy comm systems. So there's that aspect of it. It's not just, here's everything that could drop. But after that, you know, again, this is going to be... That was just all junk loot in that particular drop. And also, there are some modifications that take place in that I believe the difficulty of the NPC also impacts the loot table, right? So there's a higher chance of getting rarer stuff on a more difficult enemy. So that part's in place as well. So it's not just absolutely good luck, pure randomness. We still need... There's one down there. And in the multiplayer content, like... I just pulled aggro from somewhere, so let's group these guys up. But yeah, so it's not just like everything is purely random. Ooh, that guy ran a long ways away. Probably should have killed that guy a long time ago.
Great job destroying the
Yeah, it's one of those that
my men to round up the pirate technicians who escaped. And the best part, no interference. Thank you.
I don't think you want to make it so predictable, though. Now, there, like, again, in some group content, there is some predictability in things. Like, there are certain bosses that will always drop a thing, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that, but there definitely is some engagement that you gain by having things be a little unpredictable, right? Let's see, where do we need to go? We need to go up here. We still need to kill one more guy for the bonus, so we'll do that along our way. I think we have to go up to that thing up there, if I remember right. And rare items are actually very engaging. I'm not against them, per se. Although I have been frustrated many times in the search for rare items. And it is still random. Like, probably for me, the most frustrating is if you start comparing with other people. Like, if you know there's this super rare thing, it's like a 1 in 1,000 chance to get. Maybe it's not that. Where do we need to go? Calibrate. Calibrate. We need to go there. There we go. Let's see if we can do this without pulling aggro. Nope. So anyway, you get this 1 in 1,000 drop thing, right? And you've been trying to get it for, let's say, a week. And then, you know, somebody in your guild is like, oh, that sounds cool. I think I'm going to try to get it too. And then they go out and get it like on the first drop or something like that. Which is legitimate, right? Like, that's still random. You just got a really lucky random roll. That can get a little frustrating. But this is why we do pray to the RNG gods and goddesses to help us along our way. There we go. Now we need to go up to where we just were. Just didn't do things in the correct order. Alright, we are down to the Terror Brigade. Clear the first trial, Bloodstalker. I don't see any new kitty quests. Let's see, where do we need to go? I think it's inside that cave. Yep. Yeah, from the developer side of things, it's I think the thing that we can forget sometimes as developers is the global numbers are not the same as the individual's experience. And once you lose sight of the individual's experience, you can sometimes be in danger of just the system comes across as unfair. So again, you know, if I pull the global numbers for the drop rate on X item across, you know, 10,000 players who have done the thing 1,000,000 times, and it has dropped, you know, the equivalent of 10% of the time, the data says it's a 10% drop rate. But inside of that, you have one player that got it on their first try, and another player got it after their 100th try. To those individual players, it doesn't feel that way. And so you have to kind of keep that in mind, right? Is that Bloodstalker? Yeah, that's Bloodstalker. All right, not that I think it's going to matter, but we'll clear these guys out. If you're ever fighting a boss that you're worried about it might be dangerous, clear the ads in the area first, because if you get knocked into them or something like that and you pick up extra things for the fight, it might make your life a little hard. So anyway, so yeah, our global numbers might tell one story, but inside of those global numbers, each individual's experience, that's what they remember. They don't care. You know, I, as a player, I don't care. Okay, so we just got a green drop there, right? It's probably a piece of gear that I'm just going to get rid of anyway. I don't care if somebody else got twice as much gear or half as much gear. I just care what I got, right? So I just got a pair of boots. And again, this is all just crap gear. I'm going to get rid of it anyway. But let's say these were gear sets I was trying to get. You know, I've gotten, let's just pretend like this represents a lot more drops, but let's pretend this is basically even drops and I've gotten the gear about a third of the time, right? That's what I care about. Now, if the system was designed to be 20% or 50%, doesn't matter to me. What I'm experiencing is a drop rate. That's what I'm going to care about. So it doesn't matter what the overall system. So again, that's why I advocate for smarter RNG. I think RNG should still be in there, but ultimately you have to decide what's the best case and worst case you want your player to experience. If I have a drop rate and I say the best case is they get it on the first time, that can happen. You know, or maybe I never want that to happen. I can actually code it so that can never happen, right? You always have to do this thing at least twice. You know, so I could code that in. And then worst case is I never want somebody to go more than 7 times and not get the thing. And then anything between 2 and 7, yeah, let RNG take care of that. You get it on the 3rd, the 5th, whatever. Because players are smart. They will figure out real fast if you only always get it on the 5th thing. They'll figure that pattern out and then they'll start to play that way, right? And it takes some of arguably the magic out of it. Kind of like Nancy said, you know, getting giddy on that gear drop that you weren't, if you were 100% expecting on the 5th drop, I'm going to get this thing, there's no magic to it. It's just like, whatever. Yep, I know that, and I know on the 10th one I'm going to get another one, and on the 15th I'm going to get another one. But if there's some unpredictability there, it makes the world feel more alive. It makes it feel more engaging. So I'm not anti-RNG. I just think we need to be smart with it. Okay, enough ranting. And then there are some systems, I think, that I'm going to rant again, that should be predictable, right? Like if there's a really, really hard boss fight, I would advocate that, like, you know what? There should be you always get this loot for this fight. You know, it's a reward for the fight. Okay, what do we got next? We have to clear the second trial, Mad Geddon. Well, it's not that guy. Oh, nice. Yeah, the heroics have actually become really, really good here. What are we're at 88,000 and we haven't left Hoth for Conquest. And I had 0 when I started today, so. Now, I'm not setting any kind of time record here. Some of these missions are a little long. But it's been a few months ago, they made a change where heroics used to give 5,000 Conquest only up to a certain level. Like 70, 75, I can't remember what it was. And they changed it so now they give it to every level. So actually grinding heroics can be a really good way to get Conquest. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, absolutely. That's a big deal. And that's something else that's changed a little bit. And I haven't run ops in a while, so... But back in the old days, a boss would drop a single piece of loot, and you had 8 people that had to try to figure out who gets that piece of loot. If you ran in pickup groups, oftentimes we had what we called need or greed rolls. The need roll would be, I need this for my character. And the greed roll would be, I don't need it for my character. I might use it for an ult. I might do something else. And by default, if somebody rolled need, they automatically would get it over anybody who rolled greed. And again, if you're in a pickup group, honesty is sometimes a fleeting thing. Then if 3 people rolled greed and 3 people rolled need, the 3 needs would actually compete for it. Then you could set loot a different way. You could set it to what we called master looter, which means whoever's mostly, and you do this a lot on guild runs as well. One person would get all the loot and they could distribute it amongst the team. So when we were doing guild runs, we kind of had a rule of, okay, on every boss, anybody who truly needs a piece of gear, roll need. I went the wrong way, I think. Sorry. But once you got a gear drop in that operation, then you had to pass and let other people get it. And that way we could mostly keep the whole group leveling up their gear at the same rate. So that's the way it used to be back in the day. A lot of content now has actually moved over to each individual gets their own kind of sub gear set. So more than one person can actually get a thing and can get different things. So I'm not sure how much they do that in ops these days. So. Starter planet. You usually get, sorry, I didn't follow. You get what after the 2 or 3 planets in? Alright, who are we after? I think this is the next boss. Yep, let's get this guy. And then we'll see how much of the thing we want to clear for the bonus. Alright, so this is bugged. My client is showing that he's over there. He was actually, I think, standing next to me. There, it caught up. Mad Ack-geddon. What does he look like? Oh, he's a little scary. Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah, if you just run the heroics on like Coruscant or Dromon Koss, you can get about 50,000 conquests just running those. Also, if you do the planetary defeat enemies and things like that as well. It turned them into being useful now. It used to be that for Conquest, the heroics on the planets weren't worth it. The daily areas were better. Now, arguably, the planetary heroics are one of your quicker ways to get a lot of Conquest. Like, we're going to make Conquest just doing Hoth. Because we are at... Oh, will we? No, I don't think we will, actually. We're going to be at like 95,000 out of the 100,000 we need. We're going to get close. Because I don't think this bonus mission is going to give us enough. But again, we're fighting strong things in here. Like that guy only gave us 5 conquests, but these guys will give us like 100. But I don't think we're going to get 5,000 worth before we finish this mission. We're going to get that guy's attention. I just don't like him shooting my healer. I'd rather he shoot me. But yeah, the heroics are actually pretty strong now. Like I said, Hoth is not setting any kind of speed record. But yeah, I tend to chase after the completionism stuff, right? Like, I've got the 25 out of 30 on the bonus mission here. I don't need it, but we are going to probably complete it here. We could have skipped all these guys. Those guys are only worth 8. Let's see what this guy's worth. Probably 40 to 50, I would guess. 45. This guy will be worth like 5 or 8. We got 633 for completing the bonus. So we're at 90,000 now. I think we're going to come up just short. But there's some tricks we can do to make that happen as well. Yeah, tinges of OCD or completionism or achievement-driven gaming, anything that has counters or numbers or things like that, it can be tough to walk away from those kind of things. Okay. We're not going to go chasing all those guys. Let me see if I can remember. Let's go here first. We're going to try to get through this section without pulling a ton of aggro. We just need to go fight one more boss. It's not this guy. I think he's right back in that area right there, if I remember right. Yeah, the weekly makes a big difference. Normally, I won't go through and, like, let's say I run Coruscant on a guy to get the 50,000. You only get that weekly once, so going back to Coruscant and another character, you don't get near as much. Or Dromacost, same way. But I will sometimes use those, like, let's say, like this character here. We're going to come up, let's say, about 5,000 short. I'll sometimes just pop to the planet like a Coruscant or even CZ and just run one heroic to finish it because I just need the 5,000. If you pick a quick heroic, that can be a quick way to get Conquest if you're close. I think we'll do that next. We can run we'll do the Coruscant CZ Ziost loop. Between those three, I can usually make Conquest on a character. Let's see, how's the guild doing? That's 100,000. He'll hit 100,000. We're going to be about 115 by the time we get done. Dailies are per character. I think the weeklies are account wide, if I recall. Some dailies are, it depends on the daily. Like, the planetary heroics are per character. You can run those on every character. But like and this is for Conquest. If we look here at our Conquest list, like this Hoth defeat enemies is daily repeatable, but that's account wide. So I can't bring another character to Hoth and get that one again today. I can get it tomorrow, but I can get it today, right? So these are all, that's account wide, that's account wide, account wide, account wide, account wide. This one I think is account wide. That one might be account wide. So the missions themselves, you can run across multiple. All right, that's what we're looking for. Who's that dude? Will he help? Let's see. Let's just come over here and see if he'll help. I don't think so. So the mission, the mission I'm on right now is this Heroic the Terror Brigade, right? I can run the Heroic Terror Brigade on another character today and still get the 5,000 for that. Because that triggers every time. It's down in the list somewhere. It'll just say infinitely repeatable. But the Hoth Weekly, I can't remember. Can't remember if that's account wide or if it's single per character. I have a feeling it's account wide because I rarely will go and run the heroics on a planet across multiple characters in a single day. And I'm sure there is a reason for that. So I think you used to talk to this guy to finish this mission, but that's been removed. Okay, so that should put us around 95. Yeah, 96. So we have some choices here. There's a few things we can do. Sometimes I'll just go to one of the starter planets. There's 12,500 available just for killing 75 NPCs. First thing we're going to do is just get off of Hoth. Oh, no. First thing we're going to do is check to make sure there's no kitty quests. I don't see any there. Check the list. Bridge too close. Nope, don't see any there. Okay, so we need 5,000. There's a few things we can do here. Like I said, sometimes I'll just go to like Ord Mantell, Tython works, Korriban works, Hutta works, where you can just go and like one-shot the low-level NPCs to gain the, like I said, it's 12,500 totals, 4,000 and change and 8,000 and change for the 2 levels. The other thing that we can do is we can go to like a CZ. Like CZ has 1 heroic. We could just run that 1 heroic and give us 5,000. That's another route you can go if you just want to do that. You can also just go through the list, right? You can come through here and say, what of all these things that gives me 5,000 do I want to do? So a lot of defeat enemies things in there. Completing missions on different planets. Like there's a lot of stuff to do. I could go fly some Starfighter. I could do an uprising. You know, it's like there's tons of stuff that we can do. So we're going to do the Ord Mantell trick on this one. Yeah, let's just... So we're going to go to Ord Mantell. There's no heroics on Ord Mantell. This is a starter problem. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like I said, I've gotten to the point on a lot of these things that I do things in patterns. I just can't remember the original reason why I developed that pattern. All right, we are going to change our over to damage here. And then I like to come right over here. And we're just going to take out these spawns. Whee! Alright, we'll loot these up here. We're not going to come back to these. So what we want to do is we want to get the spawn system convinced that there's a lot of activity going on, right? You're going to notice as we come back down around here, those are all the areas where we've already killed people. But, there we go. So we're starting to see the respawn happen now. The second round, because these things have just been killed and just respawned, so there's the first defeat enemies. Now, we shouldn't have to go back up the hill. We should be able to just do a loop around here, and by the time we get back around, the system will have adapted. It'll be like, holy cow, there's so much activity going on here. we should probably spawn things a little bit faster so that our player base doesn't get mad at us. And there we go. Now you can see how much faster they spawn the second time around. So it's kind of taking a little bit of an advantage to the system, using it to your benefit. Now I have done this to extreme points where there is, we'll call it anti-botting code. If you keep doing this over and over and over again, eventually, and I don't know how many it is, it's got to be hundreds and hundreds. Eventually they'll quit dropping loot. And so what that is it's anti-exploit, anti-botting stuff, right? Like, if you set up a bot that basically just did what I'm doing here manually, just run around in a circle, fight these guys and loot them, you could just run that bot 24/7 and slowly grind through loot. That's disruptive to the economy, it's disruptive to other players, so eventually they'll quit dropping loot. Yeah, you could go out and do the Savrips, I guess. And there is the one heroic on Tython, I think, that you can do. That is a good point. It might actually be... I don't know, that Savrip quest takes a little while to do. I think this... Well, and this is 12,000, so that would be the other thing. But I think this might be a little quicker. I don't know. Be close. So anyway, but you can see the timing difference. The first time we went up, we fought up there, we fought up there, we fought up there, we fought up there. We forgot to loot up there, evidently, before things respawn. Now we're just doing the smaller loop here, and everything's respawning just fine. All right, we're at 44 of 50. We'll let Bessie do the work. There we go. Done, and Conquest is done. Yeah, see, that took 2 hours. So Hoth isn't the most... And now, again, two things I did. One, if I wanted to be more efficient, once I made that weekly, then I could have done the 6 fastest ones and then move on to another planet and get another weekly. We just did everything on Hoth. Alright, let's see what we got. Okay, so interesting. We're talking about, you know, random... There we go. There's our first one. Okay, never mind. I was about to say, it's like, we haven't gotten very many of the other type of gear. But there are 2 pieces there, 3 pieces there, so. Alright, so we're going to deconstruct all of this. Oh, there's another one. So there's 2 different types of gear that are going to drop. These are actually usable gear. Notice they're all like 320. So if you're just starting out, this would be good gear to get you up and running. These are basically cosmetic shells. The 8s and 12s. This is a new thing they added a couple patches ago. Alright, we'll sell our med packs. And then what I'm going to do... So I have a character I just store all this gear on, all the shells. I probably need to go through and clean that up. We'll store those things. So we've got 1,000, 1,100, 1,000, 1,100 of those. We'll store our companion gifts. Check our currency. We're okay on tech fragments. Yeah, we're not setting any kind of records there. Okay, let's go ahead and switch characters, and we'll do a run through the home planet CZ Ziost. So we'll take a quick break here, and we'll pick that up when we get back. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back. So this one I'm going to do my more traditional run, which is going to be Coruscant, CZ, and then if needed, Ziost. So what do we like about Coruscant? Coruscant being the home planet, so it should be the second planet for Republic characters, much like Droman Kos. While it does have heroics, we're all level synced and level scaled to this, which means they tend to be easier. And we'll fly through these relatively quickly. So again, we'll grab all 4 of those, and if we look back here, we also have the weekly to complete 4. So let's get rolling. We're going to start off with Bessie on heels. And we're going to get a little wild and crazy on this first area. I haven't done this as much on this character as I have on others, so we'll see how it goes. So I'm going to clear the door here. And now we're going to see how good a tank can actually be. So I'm going to passive my companion. Now 2 things are going to happen here. As we go through different doors, we're going to get ad spawns, right? So a group's going to spawn in behind us and try to attack us. But we're going to grab those 2 guys. We're just going to run through here. Alright, then we're going to hit our run fast in combat button. We're going to come over here. We're going to grab these guys. I'm going to grab that boss, if I can get him. There we go. Now again, another group spawned in behind us. We're going to run through these guys. One of them is going to stun us, pull us back. And now we're just going to hope we can survive this. Alright, we're going to bring Bessie around behind us here. Pop all of our... Oh, I gotta get to that bin. There we go. We need that. Oh, I can't get to it. There it is. Okay. Now, notice the blue numbers are all popping off there. So they're killing most of the The spawn. Okay, now we're just down to the 2 champions. And Bessie caught up on those. Now, I would not attempt that on a non-tank character. You just can't. You can't absorb that much damage. But well, there you go. Oh, we got one more left. Gut shot still alive. So there, we essentially cleared the entire instance in one giant fight. Now, what makes this easier is that poison thing that we clicked there in the environment does a lot of damage. So it's almost like having another player with you. So there you go. That's an extreme version of doing something like that. The rest of these, I've tried it that way. Like this one, we might be able to do that way. Let's try it. It doesn't work quite as well, though. Nah, let's go more traditional on this one. All right. See you in a bit. So in the more traditional version, I've put Bessie over to DPS because I'm not worried about dying to these guys. They're not going to do enough damage to really hurt us. So with her extra DPS, then we just kill things faster. Now keep in mind, I am a tank, so I'm going to do a little bit less damage overall. Alright, so we do want to do the bonus on this one, so we're going to pick up this one guy walking here. But we're going to leave the rest. Not going to worry about the rest of these guys in the room. And then we had to fight these guys at the elevator. So we'll go ahead and fight them. And that's going to put us at 17. And then there are 3 up at the final location that we have to get stuff from. So. Elevator, elevator, elevator. We'll heal ourselves on the way up. Not that our health's any kind of concern. So I like to go into speeder mode there. Actually, I shouldn't have done the charge. You can sometimes get your companion to be on top of you, because this guy will sometimes chase after your companion. Alright, so that gets us to 20. Completes the bonus. Now it says to leave the shop. We can actually run out of here if we want to. I'm just going to, up here, I can quick travel using these guys. So we're just going to quick travel to the next mission. And once you leave the instance, it'll trigger the completion. You don't have to physically walk out of the shop. So.
Now, I get a lawyer, embarrass the Senate if I have to, and Conquest Industries will be back up in no time.
Alright, into the next we go. On these, I normally attack the strongs first for 2 reasons. We want to take them out, but they're also ranged. The elites in here are melee, so they will come to you. So if you want to use any of your area attacks, position yourself on the strong so they don't run away, or they're not shooting you from a range. And then again, the elite will come to you because they're melee. The next group we're going to fight are going to be 3 strongs, though. So what I normally do is, one's kind of hiding back there. I want to pull them all out so they're at least somewhat grouped up for me. So I use this pillar as kind of a line of sight thing. So last group, same thing. Single strong, single elite. Grab them both. Area them up. Burn them down. Rinse and repeat. This final boss isn't too hard to fight, so we're not even going to heal. We're just going to try to do this whole thing with no heals. So I think we can take him down quick enough. I've got defensive heals if I need to use them.
I don't care why you did this, but I'm glad it's done.
Another one down. On to the next.
So take these credits. The Republic honors its debts.
I thought I clicked the thing. It didn't take. So this one kind of has two stages. You've got this opening stage that's in the open world. And there is a bonus out here. At this point, though, you can do the next stage. You can skip the bonus if you want. We'll go ahead and do it, though. But if, like, this area was all empty and I was waiting for the spawns, I might skip it. We are eventually going to have to heal ourselves. We'll see how long we can get away with this. What are we down to? 25%. Oh, there's usually a group there, so somebody's cleared that one out. I'll go grab these two guys. 22%. Alright, so that completed the bonus. 17%. We'll heal ourselves before we go into the instance part. Alright. Full health. Shouldn't have to heal again. Especially with Bessie doing all that damage. So same thing, I like to do a little line of sighting pulling here, so we'll get Bessie to attack these two. We're going to run in here, pop that little container there, which will do damage to the guys in that room. Then we'll just stand over here and wait, because they'll all come out of that room and try to find us. Sometimes that last guy right there will get stuck in the floor and you can't attack him. He'll like be under the floor. Bessie can take him out, but we wouldn't be able to. Alright, let's see if I can get my jump timing down here. So if we grab that guy. There we go. Run across the air. Alright, one room left. Now I do it in this order because the last thing we have to do is click on this thing right here. So we might as well complete our fight in here where we need to be.
Thanks for this. Closing that clinic.
So there's our weekly.
Public security and for the people.
We also, there's the mission. And then we also got through phase 1 and phase 2 of the defeat enemies. There's just enough in those instances. And that will put us at... Ooh, only 49. Usually that's like 52. Well, they seem to be doing okay. I think their companions heal them. I'd help them if they were like gonna die or something like that, because we could taunt and... Alright, well that's a little lower than normal. I must not have killed as many things as I normally kill. That might be the difference between the 49 and the 52. Alright, with that being said, let's go ahead and head to CZ. CZ198. CZ for me is one of the fastest and most efficient daily areas you can run. At least it used to be. The last time I actually calculated the data, it was. It actually might be the starter planets, the home planets now. Because they give a ton. I don't know exactly what time we started that. But it's only 12:13. So I think we started right around noon. But CZ is still pretty efficient as far as Conquest goes. Alright, so what I like to do is run all the way in here, get my companion to attack, and then I start doing the dirty work. We'll grab that. We'll grab this. We'll grab this. Grab this. There we go. Come back, help Bessie. This is respawn. We'll grab this. This one might be a little slow to respawn because we got interrupted a couple of times. We'll pop back here. We will loot that because that's just free credits. In that amount of time, this will respawn. We'll pop it again. This one will respawn. Pop it again. Now you could just stay up there, but we've got other stuff to do. Hey Nancy, welcome back. So we're gonna do the same thing. We'll get our companion to attack, and then we'll take care of the odds and ends stuff here while our companion is killing the spawn. These could spawn droids, so we deal with those if we have to. That one did spawn a droid. We'll pop this one. We got interrupted. There we go. Go back, take care of the droid. If we wanted to, we could wait for that one. Sometimes there's a credit thing right there you can get. But we're going to move on. Same thing, we'll get Bessie to attack. We'll do the maintenance work here while Bessie's killing the spawn. Alright, that's spawning a droid. That one did not. We'll pop our second container here. So that puts us at 5 of 6 for both. Now, depending, if there's other people running around, this might not work. We're going to go ahead and move on. I'm going to use my speeder boots, my boost here. I'm going to come in here and pop this while I turn Bessie loose on the captain. Notice now Bessie has full health. Because when you go into your speeder, she respawns. She despawns and respawns. And she'll come back with full health. We'll get the last 2 containers. Help Bessie kill the captain. And we are done with 2 missions. One for the droids and one for the containers. Now, if somebody's in here doing this and you can't find all those containers, there are some of those in the next area as well. So if you need to go on to that. Yeah, I think it's amazing that on the road you have as good of connection as you do, just in general, so. I liked Runic. Runic was a fun playthrough the first time. And the dailies aren't horrible on Runic. I enjoy those. They're not too bad. Okay, so we've got a couple of things going on right now. We are 23 of 35. So I normally wait for that mission to end, and then we will want to track the defeated enemies. Because CZ, much like the planets, has the 25 for the first stage, 50 for the second stage, so 75 total. But we know that if we get the mission done with 35, the 25 stage is done. So I don't bother turning that one on in my tracker down here. There's no real reason to. Like, we're at 29 now. We could actually go and turn the second one on if we wanted to. Alright, so if we look down here, it's going to be the CZ defeat enemies too. Alright, we need one more for the 35. And then we'll start watching this number. Because that, we want to make sure we can be as efficient as possible with. So we're going to try to push that up to 17 at a minimum, 19 if you want to be safe. And what I mean by that is the next area has enough, and it's an instant, so it's all ours, has enough to get us all the way to 50 from 17. We're at 17 now. I'm going to go ahead and take this group just to give us some buffer. So occasionally, when you fight the final boss has 2 tentacles that spawn, and you should get credit for 2 kills when you take one of those out, but you don't always get that. And so sometimes you'll come up like one short. So if you push this up to 19 or 20, you're pretty safe. Oh, congrats. Yeah, the reputation stuff is on the grindy side, not necessarily in a bad way, but now, did you go through and do all of the missions that give you the little perks, like the repulsor jets and the stuff like that? That makes Runic a little easier. Alright, so now we're just going to skip everything, go down to the instance, or not. Usually I can slip through there. Well, we're well over the number now. Alright, into the waste area we go. So we're going to pull both of these groups. Take out this force field. Now what I do is I have my companion attack this group while I run over here and do the maintenance work. And once I get that done, Bessie's usually done most of the work for me. Then we'll come over here. Now if you're running with another player, that player could just be standing here and waiting. Alright, we'll speed her up to heal Bessie. We've got 3 groups in here. Now obviously this is easier with ranged. I can just pull everything to me. And this will probably give us enough to complete the... Yeah. We don't even have to kill the boss for the planetary defeat enemies, but we still want to. Alright, so you'll notice that tentacle spawn there and a tentacle spawn there. When you kill one tentacle... Okay, Bessie killed that one. This one's going to disappear. Then you go back and kill the boss. On occasion, I don't know if it's just a little bug, you won't get credit for those tentacle kills, and that can make you come up short. Most of the time it works, but... Yeah, Onderon was... Are you playing Imperial side or Republic side? The dailies on Onderon Republic side, I don't mind as much. I don't care for the daily grind on the Imperial side as much, though, personally. All right, that should put us in the 70s somewhere, I think. Oh, 87. We're doing quite well. All right, we'll finish off with Ziost. Now, Ziost doesn't have the planetary defeat enemies. Yeah, I agree with you there. The camera angles on Onderon get frustrating. It's just hard to see through the trees and stuff sometimes. Yeah, I don't know that it's definitely not my favorite planet. The other thing that can be a little frustrating is some of the things on the ground are hard to see that you have to click on for the dailies. That can be a little frustrating. But yeah, the canopy stuff is rough. These are probably the ones, as far as just daily areas, I've run the most. CZ, Ziost, and Rishi. I ran those all a ton. Let's see what we get. Alright, we've gotten 2 elites so far. So there's 3 options you can get here. The elite's the most common one. There is a champion that you can get. And then sometimes you just recover the... What do we got after here? Cores? Memory cores. Yeah, this core that we pull out here. Sometimes you can get that with no combat. Those are like your 3 options. But the elite version is by far, I think, the most common. Most I've ever gotten of the just pull the core out is 3. 3 out of the 4. Yeah, I probably play my Republic side a lot more than I play my Imp side. Alright, we're going to knock out 4 of these scan quests just from this one spot. We're not going to individually go to all the scanning spots. We can see that one, but we can't get to that one. But that's okay, because the next mission we run is a speeder jumping thing. And you end up right where that one's going to be. So you don't have a choice but to be right in front of that one. So not a big deal. Yeah, last time I calculated my playtime, it was significantly more Republic side leaning than Imp side. Capture and release. Is that on Onderon? Ugh, I hate getting stunned. They were talking about redoing the whole stun system, but I haven't heard anything out of that for a while, so I wonder if they backburnered that. Alright, we got 3 of the 5 on the remains here. Should be able to get the rest in this area, depending on our luck here. There's 4. There's 1 here, there's 1 there, there's 1 on the other side of this ship as well. And if you don't get them there, you can go ahead and do this quest we're about to do here. And there's others on the other side of this as well. So, and then we're going to run right back through that area we started in, and there's more there. So I usually will never wait around for things like that. I just move on and then find them eventually. You don't have to hit the green things. You just have to basically follow the path. So as long as you get close enough to these little fissures here, you're good to go. So you can cut the corners and such. Not by a lot. They put big rocks in the way, but we'll take a little damage on the jumps, which is funny. Alright, and then this will put us right at the base of that last scanning item that we could see from the other spot, but we couldn't get to. Okay, so at this point, if you still have probe droids you need to destroy, if you still have the little remains that you have to scan, there's more in this area that you can actually do if you want to. Also, you'll notice, it's kind of hard to see, we have 2 pending quests up here that we haven't claimed up in the top right corner here. And 1 more we need to turn in. I usually just hold on to those until I get in here. Because you have to boot up this little holo droid, and he takes a while to boot up. Oh yeah, I don't like that one. Of all the quests on Honor, that's probably my least favorite. Okay, so we're going to pop over here. We're going to start this sequence. Once we put the power cell in, he'll go through his boot up sequence, which is happening in the chat up there. The first thing we have to click on is here. So I run over here, then I go ahead and click on this. That's going to pop up my... Well, usually it would pop up my missions. There we go. Then I would click these 3. And by the time that happens, then this is available. And then we're off to the races. Now it's a race to try to get to the end before our probe droid runs out of batteries. But we did pick up a second battery, so we can put it in if we need to. Well, autocorrect is especially frustrating when you're typing things out of other universes, right? Like Star Wars terms or Star Trek or Lord of the Rings. Doesn't quite always understand what you're trying to say. There's number 4. The volume's got quiet in the game. There's something about Zias that does that sometimes. Alright, now what I like to do here is I'm going to go ahead and have my companion attack this guy. So I can click on this before my droid runs out of batteries. So now you see my droid's low. But as long as I complete that before he runs out of power. Now he'll do his thing while we finish off this guy. And there we go. And now we have Hollow Archaeology, which is kind of cool. Like it recreated what everything should have looked like to the best of its ability. Now for speed and efficiency, I'm just going to fall off this cliff right here. Instead of running out of the instance and running, like you'll see the instance down there. Instead of running all the way through that into here, I just come here to respawn. Now, if you are at the point where you still need the droids and the bodies, this is the first area we were in that we did most of them. So there's more here if you want to get them. And once we turn this in, we should make Conquest, which means on this run, we did in a half an hour to 45 minutes what we did in the first, like, hour and 45 minutes. So, much, much more efficient. But it can get a little monotonous and grindy. There we go. That's Conquest. And another weekly done. Alright, same rinse and repeat here. We'll clean up our inventory, repair our gear. Only 9,000, that's not too bad. Okay, let's see. What do we have? Store it. Store it. Store that. Got a couple companion gifts. Now see this time, well, while we didn't get as much loot because we didn't go as much, you can see we got half the cosmetic gear and half the normal gear. Small sample size though. Alright, we'll go ahead and sell off those things. The rest of this we'll store. Yeah, the hours can be concerning. See, here's what you do though. Look at it more from the standpoint of how economically efficient you are by putting that much hours into something you're not paying a ton of money for. You are actually being frugal. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. We'll switch characters again. And we'll pick up, we should be close enough that, yeah, we're at 409. So one more character and we should be able to hit Guild Conquest as well. So I'll be right back and we'll grab somebody else. All right, welcome back. We have our gunslinger now. Let's see what's on the agenda for him. So a little bit different, less armor, medium armor, as opposed to our heavy armor wearing. One was a tank. Oricon, Yavin 4. We've done those recently. We were just talking about Onderon. Osis isn't horrible. Or do we go back to heroics? Balmora is not bad. I think you can make Conquest just on Balmora. Corellia, Coruscant. We did Hoth. Maybe Balmora? I haven't done Belsavis in a while as far as heroics. If we're looking for something different. I don't feel like Voss. Yeah, we've done Balmora relatively recently. I'm thinking Belsavis. I haven't done Belsavis in a long time. Let's do that. Stick in the world is something different. Now, I don't think there's going to be enough heroics on Belsavis for us to complete complete Conquest just on Belsavis. So we'll have to pick up something else. Could do like a Corellia or something. That's only like 3. I think you only need 3 heroics to do Corellia. But we're going to do the same thing here. We need 5. And actually, we already have... This is a bug that pops up. I don't know if it's consistent on the planet. We have credit for 1 already. So technically we only need 4. And there are 6. But, you know, for completeness, we're just going to do them all. Alright, number 1. Free captured scientists destroy the GAN's weaponry. Alright, here we come. We're here to help. Let's see how my memory is on these. Okay, let's get brave. We're going to try to double DPS this. We may have to switch over to heals because this character is not near as survivable or have near as the survivability that my other one does. Alright, there's the scientists. There's the weaponry. There's nothing down there. See, half our health is already gone, right? Let's get brave. We'll try to take this second group and then we'll... Oh, that was not what I wanted there. We got a little too close. Ooh, that was close. 1%. We're down to 128 health. Alright. Bite the bullet. Put our companion on heals. So switching from character to character, you do sometimes have to adjust your play thoughts a little bit. Again, this character just doesn't have the tankiness that my other ones do. But this character does more damage, I think. I like Bessie. It's probably my go-to companion now. I also like using her as a combat companion because she can't go out on the companion missions. She doesn't have that functionality. So I know that she'll never be gone on a mission. It's a Gand madman. All right. They should go faster now. That dude was a champion, so he took a little bit longer. Oh, to get Bessie? Yeah, absolutely. I'm hoping they do more of that kind of content. Like that content where it's like, look, this is going to take weeks to get done. But each week, like really, as long as you put, for me it was like a few hours a week into it, I would cap out anything that needed to be done to the point where I couldn't do things. So I could have got it done a lot faster, but because they had the stuff kind of capped and the currency capped and things like that, it did make it so that it came over time. But I enjoyed it. I think generally as a system it worked really well. Yeah, even with Bessie healing me, I took some damage on that one. Alright, what do we need? We need 3 more containers and 2 more scientists. Yeah, it slowed it down for sure. It could have got it done a lot quicker if they just put the currency caps up a little bit, but again, this is kind of nice. It's just like, you know what? I took Bessie out for an hour, maybe 2. We did our thing, and then she needs to go back and rest and learn. I was okay with it. Alright, another grindy guy here. Although arguably less dangerous. Like, the groups are more dangerous than the bosses oftentimes in these situations. They just don't do as much damage because they're only a single enemy here. Pop, pop, pop. I love those sounds. Pop, pop. Pop, pop. Yeah. Well, what's crazy, I still haven't cleaned my inventory out on Zach's, because that's who I ran 90% of it on. Locate Agent Minoc. So I still have all that stuff sitting in my inventory, I think, and I haven't even cleaned out all the missions and stuff. Let's go take a look. Yeah. I think I'm the same, and I just haven't bothered to clean them out here. It's one of those projects I just need to do, but I haven't really needed the space. So. All right, let's see what we're sitting on. Yeah, so we have a row of Rishi, or column of Runic, column of Section X, Yavin 4. I still have all these data fragments. These, I think, are overflow here, because I've got, again, Black Hole, CZ, Iocath, Kessen's Landing, Manon, McKeb, Meksha, Onderon, Oricon, Osis. Okay, I've only got two cargo bays, mostly full of that kind of stuff. Collected research. Yeah. I probably just need to... I don't know if these... They're bound, so you can't do anything with them. You can't put them on the GTN. Probably could sell them. I'm going to guess they have some kind of value. Let's see. No, 0 credits. Can you deconstruct them for anything? No, that'll just delete them. So, yeah, they're mostly just taking up space. But when I was running the missions, I wanted to have as many options available to me as I could. So I kept them all. My hoarding tendencies at work. If you've watched my Stardew streams, definitely hoard stuff. Because I never want to get to the situation where I needed it. Right? That's the hoarder mentality. It's like, well, I might need this thing. And even now, like I'm done with Bessie. I've done all the missions. I've done even the one that unlocks the the cosmetic change. I'm literally like nearly 100% sure that I'm never going to need those things, but there's a part of me that's just like, I should keep them. What if they add another part to it and you're going to want one of those? Which will probably never happen. So I suppose they'll just sit there until I need the space, right? Like if I got to the point where I'm like, okay, I need to store stuff, I would probably clean them out. Yeah, that'd be good from a story standpoint. I think that's a really good link. I use Zax because Zax has just become basically my default. If I'm going to do something, I do it on him. He's probably my best geared character. Also, I just like the commando playstyle. The mercenary is the same. You know, same general skill set. So I don't mind playing my mercenaries at all. Rift lurkers are noisy. Alright, we'll go and loot the chest. I don't usually do these, but what did we get? Oh, we got crafting materials. Cosmetic helmet. Alright, let's go find Agent Minoc. I don't think Agent Minoc's gonna make it. Let's see. He could just be sleeping. Dude, wake up. Nope. He's not bones yet. God, I haven't done these in so long, I don't even remember what happens. Hey, Geeky, how you doing? Well, that's nice of you. I do appreciate it. All right, what are we up to? Retrieve the pass key. So that ended that one. That was the story on that one. Let's see. I think there are 2 in this area. One inside the instance and one outside the instance, right? Yeah, let's do the one outside the instance first. Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. How are you surviving post Valentine's Day? Have you done any more streams with your sister? I watched 1 or 2. Those were pretty entertaining. It's always fun to watch siblings interact. Because you guys have just known each other for so long. I lurked a bit, I think in your, was it yesterday? One of your streams. I can't remember. It might have been yesterday. But I had you on a second computer because I was working and I couldn't really hear that well, so I'm not 100% sure what you were doing. Surgeon Simulator. Well, I'm not sure that was what they intended. But I guess it is technically an outcome of surgery. You definitely are getting through a larger variety than I get through. Alright, let's see. What are we supposed to be doing in here? I've just been fighting stuff. Defeat forces, retrieve a pass key. Okay. Well, this feels like there should be something down there, but I don't see anything. What's there? Don't see anything. Nice, yeah. Ugh, I hate getting knocked around. There we go. Alright, well, it feels like... Oh, there we go, pass key. Well, we didn't get the bonus done on that one, but that's alright. Not too bad. It usually starts out slow on Extra Life. You know, it's January and February. I don't really expect a ton of donations for a couple of reasons. We just came out of the holidays. You know, and I usually do a pretty big push towards the end of the year, so let's see, what are we up to? $50 so far? That's pretty typical of early year. The later the year goes, the more we tend to get. Extra Life on a whole, though, is doing pretty well. I just got my... Actually, I just got the email for my gold medal, so my gold medal's in the mail. I've got a package coming from Phoenix Children's Hospital. We're going to die here if I'm not careful. So that'll give me some stuff. And then I think a week or two ago, I showed it on stream, but I got my my controller reward. Let's see, where's my cam? There we go. So I got my Extra Life controller. So that's pretty cool. That was a nice little perk. I think I got that one for $2,500. Something like that. So that's all from last year. We did really good last year. We set our all-time personal best last year. $6,504 we raised last year for 2024. And that puts me right around, I think our grand total is like right 13,500, somewhere right in that range for a lifetime. So that feels pretty good. It's helped a lot of kids. So thank you to everybody who's ever donated. It is very much appreciated. It is why we do what we do. At least on the Extra Life side. And it's hard to argue that, you know, it's just another excuse to play a game. I mean, come on. Oh, man. I think this is one of the ones that we usually skipped. This one's grindy. Like, compare the speed we're going through this one to what we did on Coruscant, and you can see the reason why certain ones just get skipped. But we're being a completionist today, so. Alright, I'm going to finish this fight, but I need to go check something here real quick. Something just fell. I saw something fall in my line of sight. I'm not sure what it was. Alright, I'll be back in just a second. Alright, I'm back. Nothing major. We're all good. Alright, across we go to the next one. I think we have to do 4 of these. Alright, so my Extra Life story is twofold. I'll give you I'll try to do the somewhat abbreviated version. I first got into Extra Life, partially through my work, because I do teach kids to make games. I am also a proponent of considering the positive things that gaming can do. Like, gaming as an industry gets enough bad press that, you know, there's 2 terms, games for good and games for change. like using gaming as a positive influence on society, I think has a lot of value. So that's the professional side of why I got into Extra Life. The personal side is I do have family members who have benefited from the work that my local Children's Miracle Network hospital is Phoenix Children's. So I have family members who have had procedures and tests and surgeries and stuff at Phoenix Children's. And while I was in a situation where I had insurance and I could pay for it and everything was fine, not everybody does. And so from a personal standpoint, I saw the great work that, and again, in my case, it's Phoenix Children's Hospital, does for families and kids. And I want to support stuff like that, especially for people who maybe don't have the benefits that I do. I still have, like, it's the little things that this money goes to. You know, not that it all is money, but I still have in my room, I've got a stuffed animal. His name is Smoochie. He's a green and yellow, basically like Beanie Baby frog. And it's one of the things that Phoenix Children's gave to my son when he had his surgery. He was only like 1, and it was just a little thing to help a kid through a rough time. Right? Little things like that, it all costs money. That's not free. And so being able to give back and help other kids experience that is the personal side of things. As far as Extra Life as a group, so I'm a team captain, so I actually run a team through my work. And so my students also participate. Most of them participate like once or twice throughout the year, like on game day and stuff like that. Game day in November is the big push that we tend to get. I do it weekly for just because, one, it just gives me another excuse to play games every week, but that's my personal choice. What I like about the way their system is set up is the donation page is up for all year, right? Like I set my profile up January 1st, and it will be up until December 31st, and then it just resets every year. So from that standpoint, my link is active all the time. So I will occasionally get donations even when I'm not streaming. So it is one of those that once you kind of get into it, that's how it works. Now, I'm not sure, is Extra Life something that, are there UK hospitals in the Children's Miracle Network? I don't know if there are or not. I know it's a very North American thing. I don't know. I'm not sure what Extra Life does on your guys' side. I can look here, I guess. But I don't remember seeing a lot of European hospitals. But I might be wrong. That's worth looking at. As soon as this fight's over, we'll take a quick peek. Stands tall. Alright, let's see. Extra Life. Oh, the link to my stuff, I'll throw it in the chat here, and it's also in the description. Okay, let's see. Hospitals. If my donate link's gonna work, hold on. Is StreamerBot not working? Hold on, let's do a test on StreamerBot. Make sure he's working. Okay, yeah, he's working. So why is my donate link button not working? I might have to check that. Let's see. Hospitals. No, hospital. There we go. Okay, let's see. I see America, 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 America. There's some in Canada. Yeah, looks like all I see is America and Canada. So, unfortunately, yeah, there doesn't appear to be a UK thing. Alright, hold on. Let's look in on StreamerBot here. Find out what he's got. Oh, the extra life. Extra life is timed out. Okay, let's try that. And boom. There we go. Now the link's working. Absolutely, man. Anytime you have a question, feel free to reach out. Yeah, anything you need to know, let me know. But anyway, yeah, that's my story. It's why I stream for charity. Okay, I think that clears this area. Oh, no, we still need to click on something. Bessie's confused. She's broken. Just laying around. So she's teleporting to us. So if you look, she's in her death animation, which means her walk animation. She's not dead, right? She's over here. But she'll just teleport to us because she can't actually animate and walk. Now let's find out. Let's take off a piece of gear here. Oh, somebody's running a chainsaw or something outside. Alright. Okay, that broke her out. So her animation for her healing, I think... Nope. Then she went back into her death animation. So... something is funky with her. Alright, well, we'll go ahead and travel to the next thing and see if that fixes her. If not, we can dismiss her and bring her back, and that will normally fix her. Okay, so she's still funky. So what's most likely happened here is something happened. She didn't die, so I don't know why she's in this animation, but it's still trying to update, right? Alright, let's just go ahead and dismiss her. And this should respawn her and she should be back to normal. There we go. Now she's back. Okay, this one I at least somewhat remember. Alright, what do we need to do? Rescue Republic engineers, recover primary generator capacitor, recover secondary generators capacitor, recover tertiary generators capacitor. Primary, secondary, and tertiary. That's redundancy after redundancy. Which one's this one? That's the tertiary. Done. Secondary, I'm gonna guess. Nope, that one's the primary. Sure. That guy just kind of ran into his own little spot. I don't think I can get to him. We'll try. Nope, doesn't look right. Well, your buddies are gone now. Alright, so this one must be the secondary. So primary in the middle, secondary to one side, tertiary to the other side. That's their configuration. Drop the gunslinger hammer on him. Pop, 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 pop. Another engineer saved. Run away, little man. Alright, the last one's back in here. And this should be the last of this one. Unless there's one more thing we need to do. Nope. There we go. So we're not... Oh, there's another engineer up there. So there's one extra engineer if you need him. Alright, let's go to the Tyrant. Defeat the Tyrant. Disarm the Tyrant's first explosive. Disarm the Tyrant's second explosives. Alright, this one's in an instance as well. You'll sometimes see this. The group that's at the start will sometimes be bigger and stronger, although the one guy walked away, than what's deeper in. So if you can't get by the entrance, you know, that's oftentimes one of the hardest fights that you have to pull. But if you can get by the entrance, then the rest of it should be okay. It's almost like a threshold guardian, right? Like, hey, if you can't get by this group, or if you can get by this group, then you should be fine for the rest of the fight. We'll wait for this guy to separate from that group a little bit. Then we don't have to pull them all at once. Makes life a little easier. Now you would think if I rescued the guy from being choked by a Sith cultist, he'd be on my side. I wouldn't have to fight him, even though he is a murderer. Was he released mass murderer? Doesn't sound like a very nice guy at all. Alright, I don't see any bonus missions popping up, so we'll do what we can to avoid combat here. We're gonna have to fight this group because we need to get to that. I think we're gonna have to fight most of the groups, to be honest. Don't think there's much of this I'm going to be able to skip. Now, I do like the fact on our gunslinger, we've got this much larger circle. Like on my trooper, I wouldn't be able to get both of these in one area attack. This one's much more room scale, which is kind of nice. Yeah, cover... Well, so there's two ways you can play it. I've got mine set... Like, there's a whole cover system. Let me see if I can find what the hotkeys are. Because there is actually kind of a cool system, but for play experience, I've turned it all off. Yeah, so let's look at the key bindings here. Where are they? It's all targeting. Cover fire. Okay, so take cover and take cover in place. Okay, so take cover in place is the one I use. I've got that set to my mouse button. So that's this one, right? You just plop down in place. Take cover. Okay, I don't see anything in this level. Like, we'll test this when we get outside, but you'll cover in place if there's no cover, but let's say... Yeah, I don't think this one has it in it. Okay, we'll go outside and see if we can find one. But at least in the outside world, it will show you spots where you can take cover, and your character will roll to those spots. I went to that's the default. That's the way at least it used to be. I went over to the cover in place because I didn't want to deal with having to find a cover and moving around the map. But I do agree with you from the standpoint of what it has turned this class into, or cover-based classes, are essentially turrets, right? All of your strongest stuff comes from staying in one spot, right? You just plop down, turn into a turret. Now, some of these things you can actually use separately. And the original game, I don't see it right now. Let's see if I can find it. No. The original game had a separate toolbar that was called a cover bar as well. And so that one would pop up when you were in cover, separate from the your normal toolbar. You're taking over her account. Don't do anything get her in any trouble. Well, once we get done with this mission, we'll go out and see if we can find some general cover nodes and play around with it a little bit. But yeah, it's not the most robust system in the world. Yeah, that's to take cover in place. And again, that's the one I use exclusively now, right? Like, alright, I think this is the last fight here. I just hit the F key, go into cover, or basically go into turret mode, because I can't move. Now you can roll. Oops, I got stunned there. Like, I can use my roll and I'll stay in cover. The actual cover, I don't think it makes a difference anymore what direction it's facing. So I can't remember if it used to or not. I have a feeling like it did, but it might not be an accurate memory. We better help Bessie out. Well, that's a good little sister. Okay, that clears all the missions. Let's see how far we got. Got to 63. Yeah, not the most efficient. Okay, let's see. Let's just jump back to... I'll just go there. See if we can trigger this cover system or not. But yeah, so from a level design standpoint, though, it would require some creative level designing, which means you're putting a lot of time into a single class. Okay, let me check something. Make sure I don't have something else turned off that I need to turn on. Take cover. Set focus. Alright, let's look in preferences. Smart camera. Yeah, I don't see anything there that would be turning off the cover system. Maybe they've taken it out. I've got all that on. Okay, let's walk around here a little bit and see. Yeah, Agent and Smuggler are the ones that have cover. But what it used to do is, like, when you would come up on, let's say something like this, it would put a little silhouette of your character, which means you could take cover there. Let's go back to... Let's go to the starting planet. Because if it's going to exist, it probably exists there. Yeah, but so Agent, Imp side, Smuggler, Pub side are the ones that can take cover. Alright, see if we can trigger it here or not. Maybe they've taken this whole system out. Like I said, I never use it, so... Although there's still the interface for it. Or the hotkey for it. Yeah, I'm not seeing... Like, each of these little rocks used to have this. Let's check. Just make sure I haven't... Chat user interface. Fade world. Yeah, that's all map stuff. Operations, cooldowns. Okay, I don't think it would be in there. Deselect, auto select. Camera stuff. Mouse. Invert. Man, I don't know why you would invert horizontally. It'd be weird. Sound chat. This is interesting. I might have to do a little more digging on this. I wonder if they've taken the whole system out just because everybody uses cover in place. Yeah, I'm not seeing it anywhere. Let's go to... Alright, well maybe it wouldn't be introduced yet. So let's go to Coruscant. That'd be the second planet. And if it was going to be used, you'd think it'd be used a lot there. I should have used the mission travel. We'll get through the starport here. Alright, let's go to the old galactic market. Okay, so once we get out here, yeah, I think they've removed it. Like, there should be covered nodes in this area. What did I just do? Complete missions on Coruscant or Dromancos. Defeat enemies on Coruscant or Dromancos. That's odd. It's a Galactic Stevens thing, but... yeah, I'm not seeing... so what used to happen is... if you would be in an area like this, you would see the little... like a little green silhouette of your character, like, behind this. And then when you would hit the cover button, your character would roll over and take cover behind the object. But... I'm feeling like this is a system that no longer exists. From what I can tell. Alright, we'll do one more quick pass through the... because again, the key's still there. There's take cover and take cover in place, which were different things, right? So Shift F is just putting us into cover in place. And then game-wise, controls... cover. Okay, let's see. Here's something from the SWTOR forums. Roll to cover removed. Proper keybind. Okay, so we have to target an enemy. Okay, let's try that. See if that does anything. There we go. Okay, so it's still in there. It's just to meet the criteria, you have to be in combat or have an enemy targeted. I'm not seeing a lot of them, but there was one. Let's see if we can find another one. Do you have to be within range of that enemy? Okay, there we go. Oh, okay, so it also moves as I look around. Oh, and then the direction that they're targeted. Okay. So if we look here, as I change targets, it gives me different options. So that one puts me there. That one puts me there. Okay, so now if I hit my Shift F, I go to that spot. So now I'm in cover behind a thing, right? So let's see if we change. So it's trying to put the cover between you and the enemy. So that enemy is there. Now can I change? Let's roll to that one. Can I go to a different cover? Like I said, I rarely ever did it this way, so... okay, so it's still in place. So this is the original cover system. And there seems to be... I had to be within combat range. Nope. And so now I get all the benefits of cover. I get all the attacks and stuff like that. But again, you can see... I don't want to call it an inconsistency, but... you'd have to... you almost have to pre-plan a little bit to get through, right? But it looks like, yeah, there's lots of places I can take cover. But all that down, it's just easier to be like, I want to fight from here, and just I get all the same benefits of having my little mobile cover. So So anyway, that's the system. Like I said, I rarely ever used this version. It's like here. Like the enemy's here and I'm here. There's no cover to take between us. So it's just a convenience factor. But it is kind of a cool system. Now I don't know from the dev side, is this every object in the game has this attached to it so that you could take cover like a... Oh, so we got a little arrow there. Can I take cover there? No. So interesting enough, it's not giving me the full cover thing. What's your problem? There we go. Oh, you too? You want some? You want some? Take this. Pow! Okay. So we're getting the arrow, but we're not getting the ability to roll to it, so... There we go. Well, I relearned some things today. Because I haven't used the cover system in forever. I even remapped my keys, so I just always take cover in place. Alright, what are we at? 63,000. What should we run next? Hoth, Nar Shaddaa, Terrace, Tatooine, Voss, Runic. I'm thinking maybe just a Rishi run. Rishi's pretty efficient, especially on a gunslinger, so... Alright, we're going to take a couple minute break here. We'll run Rishi. When we get back, I'll see you guys in a couple. Welcome back. Yeah, bumpy roads has got to be a challenge to playing. Never really thought about that. And congrats on getting close to legend on Kessen's Landing. Is that the last one you have as far as planets go? Let's see, who are we after? Nova Blades. There's a Nova Blade. I challenge you.
Let's see what you're made of. Let's see what you're made of.
What am I made of? Sugar and spice and everything nice, my friend. Just don't cross me. There's another Nova Blade.
Let's see what you're made of.
Alright, one mission down. Oop. There we go. My keyboard sync got out of sync. If that made any sense. I have a SWTOR profile set up and auto switches when I go into game, but tabbing out to look up something messed that up. Manon? Manon felt grindy to me. I don't know why. I think it took me a while to get Legend on Manon. And I don't, it's not even that I mind the missions there. I don't know, there was just something about it that made it seem slower. Maybe I just didn't have the enthusiasm for it. Oh, agree. I maxed out rep-wise on everything except the swoop guys. But degree events and stuff are some of... I don't have a lot of those achievements. Especially the ones that are more essentially PvP focused. Chase me. Yeah, I'm nowhere near on those. Actually, you guys, you saw the 100% of the game experience I gained last week. They were all at 0 last week, so. And I didn't play outside of the stream. I think I ran in one race to finish up that weekly that I messed up. But after that, let's check here. But yeah, so we've got, yeah, everything but those 3. So I'm friend for all 3 from playing last week. But I've got some work to do there. Yeah, like... I wouldn't mind seeing like the swoop event like at least once a month, right? You know, I don't know when it'll run again. If I was still playing like in my, I don't want to call it my heyday, but there was definitely a number of years where this was mostly about the only game I played with any regularity. I would grind through events. You know, I'd complete the entire event in whatever. Now, like I said, the Saturday stream, we did 5 hours. And I think on Sunday I logged in and did one race to finish that weekly that I messed up. And that was it. You know, I didn't do any more. So I'll probably cap out the rep every time it comes around again now that we've actually done it. But I never even got around. I wanted to test it. It used to be that if you were capped out on the rep, it wouldn't auto apply the reputation. It would give you the item. And so what we used to do in the old days, and again, I don't know if this works anymore, is we would literally just grind all that out, store up those reputation items, and then each week when the cap got reset, you would just cash in enough to get to your new cap, and then wait till the next week, cash them in, wait till the next week, cash them in, depending on how many you had stored up. But like in one event, you could actually grab enough of the items to max out. You just couldn't do it. You just had to wait from week to week. Yeah, he beat me. I didn't know it was him and didn't know we were 100% racing, but I couldn't keep up. I tip my swooping hat to his expertise. In my defense, it seems unfair. He drives for a living, right? So, doesn't that give him an advantage? Yeah, that'd be, again, it's the grindy way. You know, just go, like I've got literally maybe 30 tunes that could have done that event. Like, if I would have wanted to go into full on just do one, move to the next, do one, move to the next, I think I probably, and again, I'd have to check. It's been so long since I've done anything Reputation. But I think I could have just collected the Reputation items and then did just cash them in whenever the week reset. Yeah, I understand that. But I'm going to add it to my rotation. Like, every time the swoop event comes around now, I will participate. And probably 2 or 3 events will get enough reputation to actually complete it. Alright, let's go turn some stuff in here, and then we'll go up to the northern island. Well, I think what turned me off on it, like I did the intro quest, and I looked at all the achievements, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, some of these look like I'm going to have to run this over and over and over again to figure out where every single item is and 100%. And I forgot to just accept the event for what it is and just do it. And I automatically went into, I must do them perfect and I must get the achievements. And so I just never did it. I was just always like, I don't want to put that kind of time into it. So with the stream, it was nice to just go and try them out and not worry about the achievements. Just like, hey, I'm just going to do these. Now, eventually, will I get to that point? Maybe. I don't know. How you got Bessie? I'm assuming if you were on Fleet, yeah. It's got to be one of the rarer companions. I mean, you see them all the time, but I think she is definitely one of the rarer companions. Especially to a newer player. I don't think I've ever been asked about Bessie. I've been asked about some of the mounts that I have. Like, especially this red and green swoop thing that turbo boosts. I get questions about that one every once in a while from the bundles. And then the taxi cab version of, oop, wrong button. I fat fingered that one. Alright, let's see how close we're getting to our planetary defeat enemies here. 45. Actually, I probably should just turn this one off since the event is over. Surprise! Oh, the customizations. Yeah, this one's the second one, the red one. Yeah, prototype customization 2. I don't know if I have the... Basculus. There we go. Inventory is full. The following items have been mailed to you. Well, one, my inventory is not full. That's just weird. But okay. That's an odd error there. Item recovery. There we go. Oh, do I already have it? Oh, okay. It's because I already had it in my inventory. So it won't let you have 2, I guess. Weird. Yeah, I run this one on most of my characters actually. The orange and gray version. I put the red one on this one because it kind of matches Defil's kind of red and black look here. So I thought it was a better match. Yeah, if I remember right, yeah, this one... Yeah, this one you get from rank 11, and then this one was a Season 7 reward in the Galactic Seasons. It does look Havoc Squatty. I'll give you that. And then obviously she has her own coloring as well, right? Like she's kind of a goldish orange color, which isn't bad. I like this one because I like the inset panels being a separate color. I think it just adds depth. So again, like I said, that's the one I run on most of them. But I do like the red one as well. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, let's see. What are we at? We are at 46, so we need 4. 4 more. The tiger thing that we fight, whatever, at the end will give us 1. And there will be 2 spawns. A spawn of 1 and a spawn of 2 that we should pass along the way. So here is the spawn of 1. Here is the spawn of 2. But somebody just beat me to it. Did we get credit for those? We did not. Alright, we'll take these guys out down here then. I usually try to leave these because they give you the drop that people need. Alright, so what are we at? 83. I don't know. This will be close to being enough to make Conquest. get these turned in. And we'll see how close we are. This is decent time. This is about the time we want to be done. We'll see if this doesn't make Conquest, we will make Conquest. That'll be the last thing we do on this character for today's stream. So if this gives it to us, we'll call it. If not, we'll go do something else. You will bring most excellent news.
These are fine trophies.
There we go.
I
Conquest.
acknowledge your skill in the hunt. The
Thank you.
Slayers 3 have been bested. The honors and glory of the Spawn Nebula are yours. A good game until next year.
Why am I getting Galactic Seasons points? What was that? I think that's what I saw pop up. Galactic Seasons ends in 2 days. Yeah, I'm getting... This is a bug? Or did I just not realize it? I haven't paid any attention to these in so long. I think I've just been ignoring them. Okay, so I guess I can still do these missions. I just have no reason to. Because I've already capped out on all the rewards, right? I've got the max. So, okay, I just maybe have been paying so little attention to things, I just didn't notice it before. Okay, weird. All right, speaking of which, though, let's check Conquest. We are at 106. That puts us at 122 and 531 for the guild. Kyler, I did remember to invade a planet, so... There are times when I forget to invade planets. And then I don't get my 15% bonus. Alright, speaking of our inventory, how messed up is it? That may or may not actually be deconstructible. And I don't know if deconstructible is a word. But we're going to pretend it is. Rating 90. That's weird. Alright, the 320s definitely are. So we'll toss those up there. That's cosmetic. Alright, the rest of that I think we can just sell. So let's clean our inventory out first. Repair all, sell the junk. The stim can go. So these are reputation items for Rishi, right? So I think once you're capped or don't need them, they just give you the items. Okay, we'll test these two, but I'm going to guess... Alright, we can deconstruct that one. That's just trash. Alright, vendor trash, vendor trash. Toss the rest of this in the old legacy storage. That is the other advantage of running... What is that one? Oh, that's a stem. That can go away. Did I put anything else in there? Nope, I don't think so. In running the heroics, is you do still get these crates, which you can use to unlock some of your companion-y guys in your base when you do Fallen Empire, Eternal Throne. So if you want to max them out, like it should be... Nope. In here... I don't know if I have them on this character. I do not. But they can get up to level 20. It's like Dr. Orobo and all the different companions you get in there. So, okay, well, we actually had a pretty good run. We made most of our conquests. So the 2 deconstructions, I do like a daily thing. They get about 25,000 a day. But we got 122, 125, and 127. So 1, 2, 3, we'll call it 375. So we didn't quite hit a full 500 today, but you can see making Conquest for a small guild isn't too terribly difficult. This guild is just me. 100% of the Conquest is just my characters doing this. So. Yeah. Yep. So you can save those up and use them. They're bound to your legacy, so you can use them on other characters and stuff. There was some reason, I think I was collecting gear. Like they give you gear or something when you level them up. And so I think I went through like 5 or 6 different characters and leveled them all the way up to 80. But I had that stuff in my inventory. I've had 1,000 of those forever. So it was actually kind of nice to do. All right. Well, I think that's going to do it for today for us. As always, we thank you guys for hanging out with us, watching a little SWTOR, and we do this for a good cause. Again, as a reminder, we do stream. Oh, the gifts. Oh, yeah. And that's the other thing, the companion reputation gifts. This is pure on hoarding culture here. Yeah, I've got like 400 of each of the purples, or most of the purples, hundreds of the golds. I don't ever use these. This is mostly just to see how big I can get the numbers. Everything in here, even these XP boosts, this is an entire panel of just stuff I'm probably never going to use, but I keep just because it's almost like a record of progress. Like, oh, look at all these that I've collected over the years. So it really doesn't have a lot of reason to have, but absolutely, Nancy. I love you guys hanging out with me. Stay safe out there. Victus as well. Thanks for hanging out, Kyler. Always good to see you, my friend. But again, we do stream on the weekends. SWTOR for Extra Life. Extra Life raises money for the Children's Miracle Network of hospitals. In my case, Phoenix Children's Hospital. All the donations go directly to them. It doesn't go through me. You can follow the link in the chat or the description down below 24/7. If you can't donate, that's fine. You know, anything, hanging out, watch time, the more people that see the video, the better. You can also share the link. The link is active 24/7. 10 or 11 your guys' time? So yeah, we do appreciate it. And we stream every Saturday. If there's something else you want to see, you know, again, I like SWTOR, so we'll keep doing SWTOR, but I'm always interested in changing things up a little bit. So if there's something else you want to see, throw it in the description, or sorry, the comments down below. And we'll take a look at that. But with that being said, I think we're going to go ahead and say goodbye for now. We'll leave you like we always leave you. I believe in gaming community, and I think we can all be a part of this wonderful hobby and or profession that we have. So in whatever capacity makes the most sense for you. Oh, cool. All right. Catch you later. Go watch, play, or create something great to support gaming in all of its wonder and glory. So have a wonderful rest of your day, and we will catch you guys all later.